Ready, Arlene?
We're ready in the chamber anytime you are, Mayor Clayton.
Okay, 1 second here. Sorry, I just want to make sure. Sorry. For some reason, I'm on June 14th council meeting. That won't be good. There we go. Okay. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of May 31st, 2020. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I would ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you for that. Thank you to a member of our Grande Prairie Boys Choir for the vocals today, and to the National Film Board for the images today. Moving along to item number 3 on our agenda, adoption of the previous council minutes. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move the council adopt the minutes of City Council meeting held Monday, May 17th, as presented.
Thank you for that motion is in order. I will call the question. Please vote. Councillor Palat, how do you vote?
In favor, and also thanks, Councillor Thiessen. The third time was the charm.
All right, we're good. That carries unanimously. Moving along to item number 4, adoption of the agenda. Councillor Minhas.
I move the council approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you for that. I'm not aware of any additions, so that motion is in order. I'll call the question. Okay. And that too passes unanimously. Moving on to item 5 of today's agenda, open delegations. As if you aren't aware, the delegation portion at 3 o'clock, anybody can show up. You do not have to let us know ahead of time that you're coming. We do, however, appreciate when you do, and you'll see there's 3 organizations coming today as delegations. If you are here as a delegation and you're not on the list, I will ask at the end, and you can raise your hand to let me know that you're here as a delegation in addition to those who have identified. As well, there's in our evening portion of council, there's an opportunity. However, for that part of the delegation meeting, that part of delegations within our meeting, I ask, there's a form that you fill out and you need to let us know ahead of time. So moving under our delegations, item 5.1, Grande Prairie and Area Safe Communities. If you're here on behalf of that organization, I'd ask that you turn your camera on, perfect, and then please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy. I'm the Executive Director for Grande Prairie and Area Safe Communities, and I'm very happy to be able to be here to talk to you today. So thank you for this opportunity.
Perfect. And just before you go on, Ms. Liston, I see you have someone with you today as well.
I was just about to introduce.
Perfect.
So with me today is Sif Hansen, and she is the chair of our board of directors.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Take about 5 minutes or so, and then I'll ask at the end if council has any questions for you.
Perfect. So basically, we wanted to come. It's been a while since we've come before council, and we wanted to come and just kind of give an update on how we've been doing over the last year and a half to 2 years. Honestly, 2017, 2018, 2019 were great years for us. We were making a lot of momentum and progress, lots of new programs, lots of activity, lots of public engagement. And so we were heading into 2020 with super excited. We had even more, items planned. We started off with a bang, and then mid-March, as everybody felt, it was sort of like a full stop and a lot of uncertainty. We did end up temporarily closing the operations, suspending operations for about 3.5 months, while we tried to figure out things. And part of that was to be really fiscally responsible to ensure the organization could continue on. Because if we're paying staff without running programs, it definitely affects the bottom line when we have revenue streams that have disappeared. So like one of our major revenue streams is facility rentals that help support our operations. So previous to COVID, that was supporting about a third of our general operating costs just by renting our facilities. Once we weren't able to rent them out anymore, that makes a big impact on how much we can pay staff or what kind of hours we can offer staff. So we did make a decision to kind of hold off for a while. We did reopen in July of 2020 on a limited basis. So I've been working, I'm the only staff currently there as the ED, and I'm working 21 hours a week and trying to keep things going. So we have managed to bring our home alone program onto a virtual delivery, which was challenging in itself, considering that we are a very hands-on education style. So we had not previously invested in technology. So our computer was so outdated, it did not have a webcam. So we really had to apply for some grants and get some equipment so we could even try to do an online delivery. So we did successfully get that. So since September, we've been doing an online delivery option with Home Alone. We had done some in-person delivery, or sorry, I shouldn't say that. Since January, we've done online delivery. January 2021, we did in-person delivery in 2020 from September till November, when we got our equipment to do some virtual delivery. We've been doing car seat safety checks through the whole time on a one-on-one basis as opposed to group clinic styles. So we've been able to keep some of our services going. Our school programs obviously haven't happened mainly because the schools are not doing field trips right now, but we have been able to provide resources to the teachers that have requested them. So we are working on moving forward. So with different, looking for different revenue streams, looking forward to being able to rent the facilities out again and build some of the funding and slowly build our staffing. We did get the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, so we are trying currently to hire some summer staff to be able to do some bicycle safety programming this summer. This is kind of where we're headed, is slowly rebuilding, but also being very fiscally responsible in the process, so not trying to grow faster than our finances, and it's going to take some time to rebuild. We did have a reserve fund, which was usually kept, we'd earn it from working at casino, and we try to make it last the 3 years to cover our maintenance and repair costs of our buildings and property. But in 2020, it became our way of keeping the buildings maintained, but also it was what enabled me to be able to come back and try to bring some programs back online. So it sort of helped us through that really tough portion before the grants were available to access. And still, our revenue streams, programming streams are down. Facility rental, even as we've been able to rent out a bit, we're down about 76% compared to 2019 in what our facility rental income is. Our program fee revenue is down, obviously, because we aren't running the same level of programs. And Home Alone, the demand for a virtual delivery of Home Alone is not as high as the demand for an in-person version of Home Alone. So just little things like that. Of course, grant revenue is a bit sporadic, and sponsorship revenue has dropped, not too much, thankfully, but it has dropped. We have lost some sponsors just because they wanted to wait until after the pandemic was over, and they're struggling as well. So we've worked on everyone on a one-on-one on that. And then our fundraising efforts have been fewer. We haven't been able to get as many opportunities over this time. We did try an online 50-50. It did not end up working. We extended it 3 times and ended up having to cancel it in 2020. So we are looking at other options, and we've done some fundraising where we could find it, but it definitely isn't at the levels that we previously had it at. Yeah, we were able to do, we're slowly working on partnerships and finding new ways to move forward. So we really just wanted to update council on that. We're not gone. We're still here. We're still trying to do some things in the community and trying to build ourselves back up to where we were before. But definitely appreciate all the support of the community and of the city of GP in helping us stay here.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Ms. Hanson, anything to add?
I want to thank Cindy for a great job and always representing our organization in a really professional manner. And just to add on to what she had to say is I do believe in our rebuild strategy. It is going to take time, but Cindy does get calls, when are you going to be open? When can we do bike safety? We know the community is looking forward to coming back, and we're looking forward to having them.
That's great. Thanks so much for your presentation today, ladies. Council, any questions? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in tonight, ladies. I'm curious hearing how you switched to virtual. I appreciate that would be a tough switch when you're used to not running on that platform. So thanks for doing that. I'm just, you'd mentioned the Home Alone program. Can you kind of give me an idea of how many subscriptions you had once you did go virtual with that?
I don't have the exact number, but right now we've run, I've run about 6 sessions on virtual, and we've have probably around 30 students in total. It's been a huge drop. So we used to average 20 to 21 students in the in-person pre-COVID. When we were doing live during COVID, we could do a maximum of 10 students based on the health restrictions at the time. And then when things tightened up further, we moved into the virtual. And the virtual, I've been averaging about 4 to 5 students each time it runs. So I have a lot of people who phone and ask about it and say they want to wait for the in-person to come back. We tell them we're not sure how long that's going to be, and they're more than welcome to take the virtual, and then if they're not happy, we can work something out for the in-person. But the interest isn't there, and I think a lot of it is people are finding the kids are burnt out on that online learning because they're all day at school, and then to ask them to do it again. We looked at splitting up the course into a couple different sessions to split up the time for online, but the parents don't want us to split it up. The majority of them want us to keep it as a one-day workshop, I think for their scheduling convenience more than than anything else. It is a long day for kids, like, absolutely.
Well, fair enough. I have two of those that are happy to be back in school right now. And I got to believe that when we're allowed to, they'll be back and your classes will be back to 20-ish numbers. So thanks for your passion on this, Cindy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Platt. Any other questions? Councillor O'Toole.
I have to agree with Councillor Platt. I think once we can go into classrooms and not be on Zoom 100% of the time, I think you will be swamped. I know I've got 10 grandchildren, and a number of them have gone through the program, and a number of them are chomping at the bit to get into them. So it's a good thing. I'm glad we have this sort of programming in Grande Prairie, and we've got a facility that's dedicated to it. And I've attended many sessions in the building on other opportunities to either have celebrations or learning. So good luck in the future and keep your chin up. Things are going to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be careful what you wish for, though. It could get too busy.
Again, thanks so much for coming today, ladies. I appreciate you coming, bringing forward this information, and you're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the council meeting. If you do, I just ask that you turn your cameras off.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much. Moving on to item 5.2, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. And so if you're with Big Brothers and Big Sisters, there we go. Hi, Erica.
Hello.
So if you just want to introduce yourself to the camera, that would be great.
Sure, sounds good. Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Gilroy, and I'm the Donor Relations Coordinator and fundraising, a few different hats anyways, for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Grande Prairie area.
Great. Thanks so much for coming today. And so as with all delegations, take about 5 minutes, and then at the end, council will have a time for questions.
Sounds good. I did prepare a little slideshow. I'm just going to share my screen.
Excellent.
Can everybody see it okay?
You bet.
Okay. So, like I said, my name is Erica with Big Brothers Big Sisters. I want to start off our presentation with a land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge the homeland of the many diverse First Nations and Métis people whose ancestors have walked on this land since the time memorial. We are grateful to work, live, and learn on the traditional land, territory land of Treaty 8. And I also love to see the orange shirts today. So we'd also like to acknowledge and remember the 215 Indigenous children whose bodies were found at the former residential school in Kamloops in British Columbia. We wear orange to remember the stolen lives that were lost and their families. So I just want to talk quickly about our vision and our mission statement at Big Brothers Big Sisters. So our vision is for all young people to realize their full potential. And our mission statement is to enable life-changing mentoring relationships to ignite the power and potential of young people. So just a little bit of history. Big Brothers was kind of the first initial program to be established in Grande Prairie. It was started in 1968. In 1970, a man by the name of Mr. Don Johnson had traveled to Ontario to see what the Ontario Big Brothers were doing and tried to establish one in Grande Prairie. So in 1970, when he returned in 1970, Big Brothers program was established, and then about a year later, funding was cut, and then the program went stagnant for about 10 years. In the 1980s, a Big Brothers program was once again renewed and reestablished in Grande Prairie, and then in 1982, a Big Sisters organization was started. In 1994, both of those two organizations amalgamated, and so we have Big Brothers Big Sisters of Grande Prairie area. Or I guess an association. Big Brothers Big Sisters now in 2021 offers support to about 250 youth in Northwestern Alberta, from Grande Prairie all the way up to Fairview, and then to Grand Cache, Fox Creek, Valley View, the MD of Greenview. So we have two main programs. We have our community mentoring program, which is one match to either one caring adult, or we have like a big couple or big family, big siblings, just positive adults that can be connected to a child in our program. That program, the ages are 6 to 17 for a child to be involved. We also have our PRISM program, which is just kind of a branch off of our community and our in-school mentoring program. which is, it stands for Pride, Respect, Identity, Safety, and Mentoring. It's for youth that identify within the LGBT community. And we match those youth with either somebody who identifies within the community or somebody who is willing to walk alongside their little as they figure out, who they are. Next, we have our in-school mentoring program where we match one child to either a caring teenager or an adult, depending on their need. And that's about a 1 hour a week within the schools. Unfortunately, we've had to put that program on hold, but we're hoping to get back into schools come September. We also have our Little Bunch and our Big Bunch. Both are events that Big Brothers puts on each month, hoping to do so once we are able to. Both are programs for our kids either on the wait list or our matches and the wait list. And there are activities that we pay for. So we pay for the activity, we pay for transportation, for food, everything, any barriers that could possibly be in the way of a child attending, we'll make sure that they're able to attend. And then we also have our Go Girls and Game On. Both are just 7-week programs that we have offered throughout the year it's really to focus on like positive body image, peer-to-peer relationships, bullying, internet safety, healthy body, healthy minds, that piece. So Big Brothers Big Sisters does not receive any funding from the provincial or federal government on an ongoing basis. We make our money through grant writing, or successful grant writing, and fundraisers. Unfortunately, over the last year and a half or so, we've had to cancel all of our fundraisers. Well, we were able to put on the Big Little Amazing Race, which was a really awesome first year event. So just on it says left, but the right here, we have Curl for Kids, our Hayes Fry Golf Tournament, and our Ultimate Escape. So COVID-19 was extremely tough on our organization, unlike all of our other sisters or different organizations. It was super hard. But luckily, we were able to access some funds through the provincial and federal government COVID relief funds, which helped immensely. I know what you're thinking. It sounds really depressing that we weren't able to do that stuff. Well, it super was. We weren't able to see our kids. We weren't able to do any of our events. We weren't able to do any of the stuff that we love to do. However, I work with really great people. We have a really great board of directors, and we were able to do some brainstorming and offer some virtual programming to facilitate virtual matches. And we did mental health check-ins. We called all of our families, all of our matches to check in to see how they're doing. What can we do? Can we refer them to any other organizations in Grande Prairie? Can we drop off groceries? We did it all. So over the last little bit, we identified that there really wasn't a place for our matches to be able to hang out kind of low cost or free. So what we did was we developed the Healing Community Hub, which is located in the basement of CCSI. It's a space for our matches to be able to meet, but also for community groups such as like Northreach, Odyssey House, different organizations in Grande Prairie to be able to use free of charge. And we just have a few little pictures of the activities. So we have like a craft room, we have arcade games, just a place to hang out. We also have, there's 2 TVs, so they've both set up with PS4s and all the gaming devices you could think of. We have a little movie room, which is like a traditional movie room with popcorn, which is a super cool thing that we've been able to do. And like I said, like we've established some partnerships with Northreach and with Odyssey House. Those are kind of the 2 organizations we're working with right now, where they're going to be able to use the space free of charge to offer their LGBT youth group, as well as for Odyssey House to facilitate a women's group. Just a little bit about myself. This is my little Toby and I. I've been matched with Toby since October 29th of 2020. Some of the things that I've supported Toby with are how to drive, cooking skills, throwbacks to those serious emo hits, which are so dear to my heart, as well as supporting him while he discovers his own gender identity. And some of the things that I've learned from Toby, he taught me more about his Indigenous heritage, to watch my language while I'm driving. Apparently, sometimes it gets the best of me, as well as how to care deeply about someone outside of my own home. Toby is one of the best people that has come into my life personally, and I've learned more about being kind, compassionate human from a 14-year-old. Somebody who was placed in a organization because they needed help, but I feel like they've helped me more than they'll ever know. And that's kind of my presentation if anybody has any questions.
Perfect. Thanks so much for that, Erica. I'll open up to council for questions. Just give me a second while I expand this. Since you have the screen sharing, it's hard for me to see everybody.
Oh, I can stop sharing.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right, council, any questions for Erica today? All right. Oh, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Eric brings back memories when I was in the Big Brother program, and I was a 14-year-old how to drive as well, and it was fun. So I'm sure you had some fun times there. It just brings back some good memories for me. And yeah, you never probably will get out what you put into that one for sure. I can assure you that. Yeah, for me anyways. Just more curious on what you see coming out, like where the numbers will be for bigs and little placement. Do you think it'll go back to where it was previously, and how's the contact been to try to keep everybody kind of engaged?
It's been super tough. A lot of our matches, I think, have struggled over the year and a half. Like, we've encouraged the virtual visits or playing games online, but of course, like Cindy had said previously, like kids are kind of virtually out. So I think we have a lot of work to do to reestablish those relationships. But over in, I think it was March, we put out a call to action looking for mentors, and we had like 45 people apply. That's not all people that will continue on through the whole process. It is a lengthy one, but I think that just shows that people are interested and are ready to help. Just, we need to be able to do the person to person. Like it's not as impactful doing it virtually. So I think the need is there. It's just getting to a place where we're able to offer that face-to-face support.
Okay, and can you give me an idea of just how many? I know there was always a shortage of bigs. Are we still in a spot where there's a lot of shortages for male and now maybe potentially female and other, I guess? And so yeah, so currently we have about 37 kids on our wait list right now. And I think out of that 37, there's 26 that are male. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. I don't see any other questions, so I wanted to thank you for coming today and providing the update, and thank you for the work that your organization does within our community. It's really appreciated.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Have a great evening. All right, I will now go to item 5.3, South Peace Regional Archives, and I think I saw, there we go, Ms. Curry, and I think you have some other members possibly with you. I think I saw Ms. Shield there, yeah. And so if you want to turn your camera on, introduce yourself, as with the other groups, about 5 minutes to for your presentation, and then I'll open it up to council for questions. So thank you for coming, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much for having us. So my name is Alyssa Curry, and I am the Executive Director of the South Peace Regional Archives. I'm joined by Jan Shields, who is the President of the South Peace Regional Archives Board of Directors. We also have a number of members of our future planning committee in the audience joining via YouTube, so I want to thank them for joining us here today, and to acknowledge Councillor Friesen for her role on the Archives Board, as well as Councillor Palat for all of his assistance on our future planning committee. We are here today to provide an update on our relocation plans, as well as to present our request for consideration at community group funding. So if I can share my screen here, I'm gonna open up. There we go, if everyone can see that. Oh, perfect. So as you all know, the purpose of the South Peace Regional Archives is to gather, preserve, and share the historical records of this region. We really strive to be a participatory archive, and that is one that the entire community can contribute to and have a sense of the identity that comes from knowing one's local history. Our work is made possible with the continued support of the City of Grande Prairie and our 3 other municipal funding partners. We also do receive some project-based grants and donation, but the majority of the archives funding comes through that municipal regional support. So we're very thankful for that continued support. Last year, in collaboration with City Administration, the Archives approved a proposal to relocate to a permanent facility in the Centre 2000. This lower level facility is going to dramatically increase our organizational capacity and our ability to serve the citizens of Grande Prairie. And so we're very excited that in 2023, we will have a fully renovated space and permanent home for our city's history. This is the really exciting part for me. Archives staff have toured the space recently with Bairstow and Associates to determine our specialized need. And I thought we would give you a little tour today of what our new facility is going to look like, as well as some of the preliminary budget information. So the site is going to include 4 key areas. Our public welcome area is going to include a lobby, a gift shop, and a display area where visitors can come and experience their archival records firsthand. There's going to be rotating exhibitions that can be enjoyed by visitors as well as tourists to the space, and a barrier-free washroom and meeting room space that will be used both for the archives, but that will also be available to other members of our community as a capacity building space. The public reading room will be a comfortable and welcoming space for researchers to come and work alongside volunteers and members of the public. There will be 5 newly unveiled windows overlooking Muskogee Park that were previously closed, and a reference desk that will serve as a research hub for those that are looking to investigate their history. We'll also be expanding our workspace in this area, which is going to increase the archive's capacity for volunteers, which is currently limited by lack of space for volunteers. So that's something that we're very excited about in terms of enhancing capability and public programming. This space is going to allow that to happen. Next, we have the staff workspace. This is where the core functions of the archives will be accomplished and the behind-the-scenes work that takes place in order to make those records accessible. The processing space is going to include workstations for volunteers as well as contract-funded positions. This year has opened up a lot of opportunities for heritage institutions in terms of grants, and frankly, we've been limited by our available space. And so this is going to alleviate that concern for us and allow us to make better use of those project-based funds. It is also going to include space for our unprocessed records, which when processed will be moved into our lovely new collection space. The collection space is going to include a temperature and humidity controlled vault, conservation space, and a technology room. The vault is going to meet our current and long-term space for preservation of records, and we'll have environmental controls to ensure that these records are available for generations to come. Now, although we are going to be able to repurpose a lot of the equipment and supplies that we do have, some items, such as the mobile compact shelving that you see on the screen, will need to be purchased and installed as part of the renovation process. So these types of specialized needs have been included in our cost estimates for the project. The relocation is going to have lots of benefits, and Council will be familiar with many of these based on our presentation last fall. But just to recap, this is going to provide a secure and dedicated space for our region's heritage. It's going to dramatically increase our collections care and capacity. It's going to eliminate the flood risk posed by Muskogee Reservoir. And it's also going to allow us to leverage the existing tourism spaces that are in that facility to allow the archives to contribute more in that particular area. So as I mentioned, we have been working with Bairstow Associates to come up with a preliminary cost estimate for the renovations. Renovations to the space include everything from new interior walls, flooring, ceilings, ductwork, installation, HVAC, and lighting modifications. Our preliminary cost estimate for this facility is $1.15 million. This might seem like a lot, but for a specialized facility, it's going to allow us to meet those needs. And includes everything from construction fees, contingency, professional fees, as well as furniture, fixtures, and specialized equipment. Now, the project, as proposed, will be funded by a variety of sources. The archives ourselves are contributing $120,000 from our building fund. These are funds that we already have secured from various fundraising initiatives, as well as fundraising additional support. We will be approaching each of our municipal partners to request contributions, as well as applying for a number of provincial and federal grants. These grants do require that we have already secured matching funds from other partners, and so that is why we are now starting to make these requests to our partners. The city's contribution will be about $150,000, and as I mentioned, we do intend to apply for grants. It's difficult to estimate at this point exactly what these grants will warrant. We do intend to apply for more than is outlined in this budget, but we do know that these are highly competitive, and so we have reflected that in our estimate budget. The space is going to dramatically increase our capacity, but of course will also affect our operational expenses. And so you will see that also reflected in our operating expense request for the upcoming community group funding. Just a couple things that I will point to is first that our expenses are increasing by approximately $36,000 in additional facility fees, as well as extra staffing costs for the space. Now, although the operational funding request from the city will increase, you'll notice that for 2023, the percentage of the city's contribution relative to the rest of our municipal partners will actually decrease, and the gift in kind that comes from our current facility will be eliminated as we move out of the museum building. The vision for a permanent archives, as many of you know, has been years in the making, and we have been incredibly thankful for all of the support that we've received from the city up until this point in making this come to a reality. We know that this is going to provide a permanent home for our shared heritage and history. We think it's also going to really revitalize and enhance a current cultural facility in the city. So I want to just conclude by thanking all of you for your consideration during the community group funding process. And I am very happy to answer any questions that council may have through the chair.
Perfect. Thanks so much for your presentation, Alyssa. I see Councillor Thiessen has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, Ms. Curry and Ms. Shields, for coming in and supporting the archives. I'm not sure if Ms. Rice is watching from YouTube, but if she is, I just waved at her. Just a question in regards to the new space here and the relocation. You kept saying it would address your long-term space requirements. How long-term? How much would this extra? How many years would this extra space buy the archives in their current footprint?
So we have estimated based on a 10-year scale, and this will certainly address that 10-year needs. One of the things that I find most exciting about this space is that it has capacity for us to enhance. So for example, one of the measures we'll be able to put in place is taller mobile shelving that in the future, we know for sure that it's going to meet our 10-year. I know that our current space is pretty tight, but we've made it work for far past the initial consultation or the initial estimates. So our hope is that this is going to be a long, whether it's 25 or longer term, we do know and can say confidently that it will match at least our 10-year requirements.
Okay, no, that's great. That's I wanted to hear that magic 10, so thank you very much.
Perfect. Further questions from council? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Ladies, appreciate all the work here. It's been fun to walk through that building. I was walking by the other day and was excited about what those windows will look like on the back of it. Just think that's going to really recreate that space downstairs from what it is, and do love all the synergies. I just want to ask, and hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn here, but I'm just wondering if there's not a way that we could be, you guys are putting in some beautiful rooms and you've labeled them, that we could go after some sponsorship potentially there through your fundraising efforts, because Jan, I think you can do better than $75K with your group. I think you guys can raise more than that personally. So I'm gonna tease you on that a little bit, but I think maybe there's ways we can look at you guys. Those vaults are expensive, and maybe a family would love to own the vault, and that's their vault. And when you come up and see those things, you realize somebody was willing to spend $10,000 or $15,000 to do one of those rows of vaults or something. And maybe that's something we can try to do to get your fundraising up. But so I think it's great. I'm looking forward to the conversation. I do have to bug you a little bit about how we're giving you more space and you don't have to pay rent, but we'll have that chat later on again. But teasing again on that one, Jan, because I know there's lots of history with rent in your life. So just want to make sure we're having that conversation, and more for the city. Just want to make sure we do allocate a number there for a gift in kind amount. Appreciating that might help us with funding down the road as well, just getting a proper number in there on that. But that's all I have. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Plott.
It is certainly the intent that that fundraising will exceed $75,000. That's we hope a conservative estimate at the community support that we'll receive.
Perfect. Well, I see no further questions. Oh, there we go, Councillor O'Toole.
Well, Dan, it seems like a number of years ago that we sat down at the table and we wanted to build a new building. And this is probably as close as we're going to get for a while, but I'm glad to see that we're moving out of where we were and to where we're going to go. And as a past board member, I'm thinking that this is going to open up a lot more eyes to residents of the Peace Country, knowing that, because to be honest with you, I don't think a number of people realize where the South Peace Regional Archives was or how to get to it unless you did a lot of inquiring. This will be right there out in front, and I think the best location that you could have ever dreamed for, right there. So good luck in the future.
Thank you. Oh, I
Ms.
see Jan
Shields,
trying to
do you have something to add?
There we go. Thank you, both of you. We are so excited about this move. For me, one of the biggest things is that we bill ourselves as a South Peace Regional Archives, and we've got very strong support from all four of our funding partners. And the tourist center is also a regional tourist center, so we fit perfectly in that space. And not only that, I'm thinking of people who have come over the years from England, from all around the world, wanting to research their families. And the first place they'd go would be the tourist center. So how wonderful that we are there as well. Very excited. And Wade, you're right. We'll have to figure out the money part.
Thank you for that. All right, thank you so much for coming, ladies. Really appreciate your time and the work you're doing. Look forward to seeing this great new facility and what it'll bring to our region. So thank you again for your time and everything you're working on.
Thank you very much.
In regards to delegation business, just so you know, it's handled at the end of the meeting. So if you're more than welcome to stay to the end of the meeting. Otherwise, administration will follow up with you when it's done. I'm just going to double check in case there's any other delegations that didn't let us know that may be here to speak to council. If you are here to speak to council and you did not let us know, please turn your camera on now. We're happy to allow you some time to speak to council. I'll just double check one more time. If anyone is here to speak to council, please turn on your camera. All right, seeing no one, we're going to move on to reports. Item 6.1, standing committee, sorry, I'm moving too quick here. The mayor, the standing committees and boards. Due to the unfortunate passing of Councillor Clyde Blackburn, we had to do a bit of a shuffle within our standing committees as well as a couple council committees. In our package in front of you is the changes that have been made. They would, if supported at council tonight through a vote, they would be put into place immediately. I don't know if council has any questions on them. Councillor Thiessen?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd be prepared to make a motion if there are no questions.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I don't see any questions, so feel free.
All right. I would move that council approve the standing committee board member updates as presented.
Great. I just wanted to check one thing. Sure. Yeah, no, it looks great. Okay, thank you for that. The motion is in order. I'll call the question. Please vote. That motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 6.2 under reports, the license to occupy city land, the Peace Airshed Zone Association. And I see that Mr. Halliday is here to present. Thank you for that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, afternoon. So just a quick housekeeping report today for, as you said, license to occupy city land in Muskosipi Park. So the subject property is known as the Henry Picker Air Monitoring Station. It's located between the Reservoir Spillway and the 107th Avenue Park entrance. The station's been located on site since 2004 and is operated, as you said, by the Peace Airshed Zone Association. Currently, the city doesn't have any agreements in place for the use of city property. With this, city administration has worked with PAZA to draft a license of occupy agreement to ensure continued use of the station while limiting any impact on city land. PAZA is requesting a 25-year term for this agreement. And as per policy 206, being the land management policy, a lease or license greater than 5 years in term shall be approved by City Council. Administration is recommending the approval of the 25-year term. Yeah, and that's it. If you have any questions, I'll be pleased to take them.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Halliday. Comments or questions from council? Seeing none, just be looking for Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I don't know how many people knew Henry Perker, but I knew him way back in the early 80s and 70s, and we had lots of good conversations. So with that, it does me pleasure to move the council approve the 25-year term for a license to occupy agreement between the City of Grande Prairie and the Peace Airshed Zone Association for the Henry Perker Monitoring Station within Muskosipi Park.
Great, thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I'll call the question on that motion. Vote. That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 6.3, the Economic Recovery Program. And I'm just going to see, I see Ms. Lee is here.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Today, I'm bringing forward a recommendation from the Economic Recovery Committee, recommending that Council approve $5,000 from the Economic Recovery Capital Budget as a grant towards the Dining with Dignity Drive campaign, which is a partnership between the Swan City Rotary Club, the Grande Prairie District Chamber of Commerce, and the Salvation Army. The Economic Recovery Committee received a request from the partner organizations for a $5,000 grant towards seed funding for their Dining with Dignity Drive in collaboration with the Salvation Army. The funds will be used to purchase gift certificates for local restaurants to be included in food hampers distributed by the Salvation Army. This is designed to act as a short-term economic stimulus, as a cash injection into our local restaurant industry, while also simultaneously supporting the Salvation Army and their hamper program clients. The intent of the program is, as I mentioned, to act as a stimulus for our local restaurant industry with a short-term cash injection. The organizers are planning on utilizing the funds received from the sponsorship and other donors to purchase gift certificates from as many restaurants as they are able to, and spread around participation across the restaurant industry. The hamper program currently supports residents and families from all different demographics across our community. According to the numbers from Salvation Army, they currently are giving between 20 and 25 hampers a day, and this would provide an extra, in addition to the benefit to the restaurant, would provide an extra support for our local families and a bit of that opportunity to participate in a piece of our local culture and society that maybe is not accessible to all members of our community. The recommendation comes from the Economic Development Advisory Committee and the Economic Recovery Subcommittee. the committee members were really pleased with the application and saw it as a great multiplier effect. It's a relatively small ask from the Dining with Dignity Committee, but they see it as a great opportunity to leverage the funds to further secure additional donations and support our local restaurants as well as some of our families in need within the community. With that, I will take any questions. I do have with me Cindy Park, who is the chair of our Economic Recovery Subcommittee, as well as Tanya Oliver, who is the chair of the Dining with Dignity Drive Committee. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Definitely an interesting program that I'm excited to learn a bit more about. These gift cards, is it kind of like downtown dollars where you can use it at any restaurant participating and they go to the chamber to get reimbursed, or is it a gift card to a particular restaurant that you get in a hamper?
Thank you, through the mayor. My understanding is it is gift cards for specific restaurants. They will be relying on participation by the different restaurants within the community. I'm not sure if Tanya would like to jump in to clarify it all, but that was my understanding with the intent.
Ms. Oliver, if you wanted to go ahead.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Bressie, to your question. And we did debate kind of both options. The reason we went with the gift card specifically is to ensure that we're spreading out amongst various restaurants and that we don't just have a handful of kind of go-to spots being selected. And also it'll provide the cash injection up front rather than adding an extra layer of burden on restaurants to front it and then have to get reimbursed.
Councillor Bressie, go ahead.
And then how's it going to be handled in terms of there's a lot of hampers go to families, but there's a lot of non-family restaurants that are adult-oriented in town. Are they going to be able to participate in this, and how's that going to be handled in a kid-appropriate way?
Ms. Lee?
I'll defer to Ms. Oliver on that one. Okay.
So for that, the Salvation Army is going to be working with their clientele, and they know their clientele, so they will be giving within the gift cards that are available at the Salvation at that time. They'll be giving the clientele that option of from what's available where they want to go.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for any ladies, just out of curiosity, of the restaurants that we're choosing, are they going to be, I guess, grassroots, locally owned restaurants in town, or are we talking all sorts, like chain restaurants and that stuff too?
If I may?
Ms. Oliver, go ahead.
So we will be supporting the variety of different restaurant types in our area. We do feel that the chains are just as important as the local homegrown with the support that they provide through employment and property taxes. So we will be spreading it out amongst all types of restaurants.
Great, thanks.
Great. Any further questions, comments? Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. Just a comment about, thank you very much for presenting on Dining with Dignity. I guess I'm so pleased to see a place where we can support back to restaurants who, throughout the pandemic and even prior to, have quite quietly provided a number of meals to our homeless shelters and vulnerable populations. I wasn't aware of it until I actually, through the isolation periods, the COVID isolation in December, I actually worked at Rotary House to help with the need for staff there, and that's when I found that out. And they were just these fantastic, beautiful meals that were delivered just quietly and generously from a variety of local restaurants. And to be able to do this now and sort of pay it back a little, I just think is brilliant. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just happy to make the motion if there's not others in the queue.
I don't see anyone else, so go ahead.
In that case, I'll move the council approve $5,000 from the Economic Recovery Capital Budget as a grant towards the Swansea Rotary Club and the Grande Prairie District Chamber of Commerce for the Dining with Dignity campaign. Speak to this, I think it's really great to support these restaurants. And I also think it's kind of a neat opportunity for the people that rely on food hampers. I don't know if this would be appropriate in regular times, but there are a lot of families that use food hampers and very rarely, if ever, get to go to restaurants. And for them, especially if they have children, to get an experience they don't usually get, that's really exciting. There's also a lot of families that used to be a regular part of their way of life, and it's not anymore. And for them to be able to get that the dignity in this really is appropriate. So it's kind of those, I wish that COVID wasn't here, but it is kind of a neat way that we get to support those families in that restaurants need economic support right now too. So it really is a cool program that I'm excited for council support. So I hope this motion will carry.
Great. Thanks for that, Councillor Bessie. That motion is in order. I see Ms. Park, who is a member of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, has turned her camera on. Did you have something to add?
I just wanted to thank the city for entertaining this. With 3 organizations, the Salvation Army, the Chamber, and Rotary being supported by the city to support city restaurants, I think that is an incredible opportunity of partnership and working together during tough times. And in my books, this is a good story for our community.
Great, thank you for that. Any further comments or questions from council on the motion? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I'm really excited about this one, and I'm excited about it. I think this could be great seed money to start something that could be really cool in our community. As Councillor Friesen alluded to, I mean, it's to hear about people dropping food off at Rotary House, and I think now with the click of a button, you might be able to just say, hey, I want to donate money to this cause in another way over time. So I think that we'll see more uptick on this as it goes, and I think I actually really want to thank the Chamber because I think this is a good initiative, and I know that they'll be the ones. There's a lot of work going into this, but they're going to be the ones that are probably going to be looking after this moving forward by the sounds of it. So we want to thank them for bringing this forward too. So definitely supportive of it.
Great, thank you for that. Seeing no further comments or questions on the motion, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you for that, Ms. Lee and Ms. Oliver. Moving on to committee business, the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting of May 25th, and it's Councillor O'Toole. Sorry, Councillor O'Toole, you're just muted.
Trying to use my Zoom, my mouse on my iPad and my finger on my computer, and things aren't going as well as I wanted. So there you go. I move that we accept the minutes of the Protective Services and Social Services Committee meeting held May 25th, 2021, as presented.
Thank you for that. We'll call the question. Please vote. There we go.
There we go.
And that passes unanimously. Councillor O'Toole, any meeting highlights?
Yes, I have a number of highlights. This was the meeting where everybody submitted their first quarter results and production, I guess you might say. So we started off with the Director Services Area Report, and we discussed a little bit on the emergency management, the GPREP, and a call for members has gone out among the city staff. We talked about the Coordinated Care Campus Initiative has been announced, and an update will be provided at the next public or Protective Services Committee meeting held going on forward. The next item that we had was the Q1 quarter for community and social development. We had staff present highlights, including the community kitchen, securing stable funding, established, I got buttons going on here. establishment of Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, and the Youth Action Council 2021 Action Plan, and the COVID Supports Homeless Strategies and Community Opioid Response. We also had an update on the mobile outreach program. And once again, highlights included continuing response to community concerns related to the street engaged population, creation of a new dispatch and client database, and providing wrap-up services at regular proactive measures. Under the enforcement, we had highlights including the completion of the Vehicle for Hire bylaw, assistance with initiatives targeting assisting vulnerable street engaged persons, and an update to the equipment. We also had a motion come forward to direct administration to bring back an update on the automated trafficking, basically the photo radar program, back to council for the 2022 season, 2021-2022 season. Also, fire department updates. Fire chief presented committee with the Q1 update. Highlights included the development of an in-house officer course for staff and an annual awards recognition ceremony, which is usually held at City Hall, but during COVID, it was held in-house with minimal amount of people in attendance. And that's unfortunate that we can't honor the staff on a public recognition. And so we're hoping for change here. Maybe we can do an announcement here again in the near future. RCMP Superintendent Sean Curry, officer in charge, presented committee with the Q1 update. Highlights include creating a baseline for written contracts and an increase in the number of media releases and public consultations and connections. That's just a highlight. This was one of the longest meetings that I held in this role as the chair. And but anyhow, we had a good update, and I want to thank all those that were involved. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor O'Toole. I see no comments or questions. I would like to take a moment, though, to discuss a personal item in regards to the Community Care Campus project. After much thought, research, and consideration of bylaw C-1384, a bylaw to establish a code of conduct for elected officials, I would like to publicly declare a conflict of issue on this project. I would also like to be very clear that this is a perceived bias of conflict and that I in no way have any pecuniary interest. I have not been employed by Pomeroy Lodging for 3 years, and I am no longer in any way associated with the organization. The bylaw states very clearly that the decision with respect to whether or not an elected official may have a conflict of interest must be made by the individual elected official. As well, the bylaw states that the elected officials shall avoid situations that make an apprehension that the elected officials are using their position on council or a board to gain any kind of personal benefit, and that the elected officials shall avoid any situation which may result in a conflict of interest or may result in circumstances of either actual bias or an apprehension of bias. So for these reasons, I will excuse myself on all future discussions and all discussions on this item. I would like to designate the current Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bressie, to be the spokesperson on this topic going forward. Thank you for that. Moving on to item 7.2, the Corporate Services Committee meeting held May 25th. And it's Councillor Minhas.
No, this is for me. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move the council adopt the minutes of the Corporate Research Committee meeting held on Tuesday, May 25th, 2021 as presented.
Thank you for that. Call the question on that. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Councillor Minna, has any meeting highlights?
Yeah, I got a couple. Give me 2 seconds. like we did a lot of work last week, looks like. Yeah, accounting tax have been lead and the notice has been printed and are expected to be mailed. I think they already mailed this week. And the Finance IFC program, the report has been submitted and advised to the city website. The budget team is working with the department as preparing budgets. Communication and marketing administration is working a new project, showcase a large capital spending in the city history. All engagement activities are now coming together in one place. Engagement cityofgrandprairie.com. This site including information and about the project going forward, as well as contact information for each project. That's all I have in my thing there, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Minhas. Moving along to item 7.3, the Community Services Committee meeting of May 25th, and that was Councillor Thiessen as Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. First, I'll move that Council approve the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held on May 25th, as presented.
Perfect. Thank you for that. We call the question. That carries unanimously. Any meeting highlights you'd wish to share, Councillor Thiessen?
Oh, I'd love to share a few. First one is I assumed the role of deputy chair with an interim mayor, and then Councillor Bressie walked in and we had a full legit committee meeting. No, it was a good committee meeting. Not a lot of business was undertaken. The only business that we really had was tabled to the next meeting for Councillor Platt, as it was an item that he was bringing up. But a couple updates for the community, things that I think people should know. First and foremost, I guess administration has recommended council to defer the Revolution Place loading dock project to 2022 in order to coordinate construction with Aquaterra and the sewer line upgrade that they will be undertaking during that time. They see an opportunity for significant cost savings on that project, which is why the recommendation to defer that project until 2022. Also, just in regards to rentals and recreation activity, I know we're all itching to get out into the world here, but the CKC synthetic field is available for single-family household bookings now. And over this past weekend, I guess the last weekend, there's over 24 slots booked for the outdoor pool. And this last week, there were 128 available time slots. 105 have been booked, and we are going to keep booking those throughout the summer as long as the weather holds up. So if you'd like to take you or your family out to the pool, they are there. It's a reasonable price when you consider how much per person you get if you fill in all the 20 slots that you can. And also, in alignment with that, once again, the city is partnering with Big Brothers in utilizing the Don Gillies Fund, which is a fund to provide money for aquatics and seniors programs to ensure that kids in the Big Brothers Big Sisters program can swim for free during that time. So it'll be great summer splashy fun for that. Also, while we're down in Muskogee Park, we might as well talk about private family bookings are also available at the lawn bowling facility in Muskogee Park. It has a large green space that families can use, and there's a picnic area and many outdoor play materials, including spike ball, table tennis, and cornhole. We also have horseshoe pits available right beside the facility, and those are available to rent currently for Thursday and Friday nights between 5 and 8 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday between 12 and 5. Besides that, I'm cherry picking this, so that's all the updates I choose to highlight today. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks so much, Councillor Thiessen. Moving on to item 7.4, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting of Tuesday, May 25th. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council accept the minutes of the May 25th Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting as presented.
Thank you for that. To call the question on that motion, please vote. And that passes unanimously. I have to say, this is the first time I recall all committees, nobody having any business come into the committee meeting. So, Councillor Bressie, any meeting highlights you wish to share?
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot because unlike Councillor O'Toole, I ran a relatively quick meeting, but I will, from the Director Service Area update, give an update on some of our economic recovery grants. So far, for the beautification grants, there's been 18 grants that have gone out the door, worth about $230,000. There's been 41 local marketing grants worth approximately $100,000. There's been 7 training grants worth approximately $6,300. And administration, at least at the time of the meeting, was working with 2 applicants for the barrier-free grants. So just updating council that our recovery money is getting out into the community and helping our local businesses. So very thankful to the work of administration and our Economic Development Advisory Committee on the work they've done to make those effective programs work.
Perfect. Thanks for your update, Councillor Bressie. Moving along to correspondence. In your package, there is an item of correspondence that was received from Inclusion Grande Prairie. As it indicates, they were very successful in getting some grant funding to create a family resource center in our region. So that we were able to support them with a letter of support, and they were successful in their grant application. So that's great news for our region. Councillor Bressie, you had something to add?
Yeah, I'll just move that we accept it for information. And as I move that, I just want to echo the thanks to council. This is something that's very dear to my heart, and I think will be completely game-changing for some families and kids in our region. So thank you to council. Also, thank you to the province for making this happen. This really is a good news story for our community.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Seeing no comments or questions on that motion, I will call the question. Thank you for that. Please vote. That's carried unanimously. Moving along to delegation business. First on our delegation agenda tonight was the Grande Prairie and Area Safe Communities Association. If I could get a motion to receive their, or maybe there's other business arising. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I didn't hear any requests from the group. I'm full support of them, but I'll just move that we receive their presentation for information.
Great, thanks for that. We'll call the question. Oh. Mine kind of glitched there. There we go. That's carried unanimously. Second on our delegation docket tonight was the Big Brothers Big Sisters Association from Grande Prairie.
Mayor Clayton? Yeah, might as well. I'll throw in, I'll move that we receive the presentation by Big Brothers Big Sisters for information. And just a little tidbit, last year through the program with the Don Gillies in the city of Grande Prairie in the outdoor pool, they were able to help out 1,200 kids last summer in enjoying a swim in their outdoor pool. Yeah. Did you know that? Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Okay, I'll call the question on that. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. That passes unanimously. Our third group tonight was the South Peace Regional Archives Group. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, my mic didn't go off. So yeah, I'll just move that we receive this presentation for information as well. I look forward to seeing what comes forward in community group funding for recommendations.
That motion is in order. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just wondering, they did also have a capital request. Would that be part of this motion as well? Or I'm just wondering, would it have to go to budget for, I guess I'm just wondering if administration, I guess for me, I probably support it, I guess, Councillor Thiessen, because I think they had a funding request to go for capital as well. So I think we should be looking at having this be added to the 2022 capital discussion. I think that was one of the requests. So from friendly amendment was to that, I would be happy to support it.
Yeah, not really a friendly amendment, kind of a different intent there.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm not supporting.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, Councillor Thiessen, your motion is in order. If you choose to withdraw it, that is your right. However, otherwise, that motion is in order, and we can vote on your motion to receive their presentation for information.
I know that there was a capital ask, and it says so in this here. I just wasn't certain that it was not already requested. But if there's a capital ask, I can amend my motion. But
yeah, it was in our package.
Yeah, it's for $150,058 for expenses related to renovating. Yeah, all right. I would. Geez. Yeah, you know what? I'll rescind my motion. I'll let Councillor Platt make the motion.
I see Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just wondering if we could hear from administration. I'm just confused. Is this capital request not in process anywhere, or does it need a motion of council to eventually get to council again?
Director Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just trying to confirm, but I believe that it's actually a capital request for 2023, and SDWC is aware of it already, and they'll bring it forward when needed.
Oh.
All right.
And sorry, I'll just add one more. We can also, we have our CCW on community group funding on June 9th, so we could share additional information at that time.
Okay, so I think we're in order. So maybe Councillor Thiessen, you're up again then.
All right, I'll rescind my rescinded motion. Thanks for the clarifying question,
restate it as opposed to rescind it.
All right, I'll move that we, council, approve Southeast Regional Archives presentation for information.
Great, thanks for that. Any comments or questions on that motion? All right, call the question. And that passes unanimously. Thank you for that. So that's all, took care of all our delegation business. There was no notices of motion, and council, now we will have our recess. We'll see you all back at 6 o'clock.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cal.
1. Good evening and welcome to the second portion of the City Council meeting of May 31st, 2021. Looking to Ms. Karvashewski or Mr. Burke, Director Burke, is there any, never mind, scheduled delegations, I always forget that. So we have no scheduled delegations tonight. Moving to unfinished business, we're moving to bylaw C-1299B, being an amendment to the procedure bylaw. This would be third reading for that bylaw. So I would be looking to council for a motion. Councillor Minhas.
I'll move the motion, council give the third reading to bylaw C-1299B being an amended to the procedure bylaw. I think this is a bylaw, I think Wade put it in on the committee meeting to have me not attended 6 meetings through the year on the Zoom or outsider.
Right, so the amendment was that the member does not exceed a maximum of 6 committee and 6 council meetings via remote access per year. So opportunity for council questions, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I'll make the motion. I'll move the council amend the bylaw by striking the maximum of 6 committee and 6 council meetings for remote access per year. And I won't belabor the point because we did have a long discussion about this last time. I'm just hoping that a few of my colleagues have reconsidered. And just really quick though, my big concern here is the reason this was put in was as a guard against somebody who isn't taking this job very seriously. It's not there for people that are very serious about being active participants in the council chambers. It's for people that aren't taking it seriously at all. And I think that you don't want to give those people permission to meet the bare minimum of skipping 3 months worth of meetings. I think that it doesn't make sense to have a number in here that people might set as a target of what I can hit. Instead, I think this is better treated in the Code of Conduct bylaw where there aren't specifics that people can hit, where it just is an expectation that you're making every effort. So I hope the council will support this amendment.
Yep.
Thank you. That amendment is in order. Comments or questions on the amendment? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to speak against this amendment. Sorry, Councillor Bressie. I do believe that there needs to be rules that are set in place in the overall bylaw, and I don't want to make any assumptions that we're going to have any slacker council members in the future, but I think it's better safe than sorry on this one, and then at least we can tackle it there. I understand on the Code of Conduct bylaw, but I think here when we're talking about participation via remote access, you know, I might be in for an amendment that would lessen the number of meetings you can participate in, but as far as the actual, like just striking it completely, I do think we need to set some guidelines and some boundaries here, and I'm going to stick with what's been proposed. Thanks, so.
Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I will support the amendment. As Councillor Bressie said, we had a lot of discussion about this. And my point that I made last week, I still stand behind, and that is that the whether or not a councillor is in attendance does not having a councillor in attendance does not create an engaged councillor. And like Councillor Bressie, I think that the understanding of what we need to do here should better be approached through Code of Conduct discussion. And it's really more of a holistic picture of what it is to be, what the expectations should be of council. And to put a number on it like that is just counter to what I think we should all be responsible for anyway. I think it should be approached Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I also won't support the amendment. We're publicly elected officials that should be going to our chambers. There's parliamentary buildings built for a reason. And so if we don't put something in there, I don't want the tone be that there's no definitive goalposts. If we decide 2 years in, as another council comes in 2 years in and says that number's too high or too low, let's have a debate about it then, fine. But if we don't put some parameters in right now, I don't think we're putting in any accountability. Yes, we can all hope that everybody's going to do it for the best. I think it's up to our job, and the reason we did a code of conduct already in our term was that we want to update what we expect from each other. And I don't think us not being in chambers is Councillor Friesen, maybe it's effective for you and some other people, and that's fine. But I think that the overall use of the chambers was designed for a purpose. And I think there's a lot better deliberation and debates when we're live in that chambers than not. And I don't want to have reasons for people to not attend the chambers unless it's for health or other reasons. And so I think that's part of the job that we stick our hands up for. So I won't be supporting it.
Councillor O'Toole.
I also will not be supporting the amendment. I think we were elected to be here under extreme conditions. There may be an opportunity for someone to have to leave. We can go on a list of that, maybe medical reasons or a death in the family, or maybe you're attending council business. But I would also like to make sure that there was enough time to allow the mayor in that time or administration to know that you were either going to be in chambers or not. So we'll worry about that another day. But I just don't want you to think, oh, it's 5 o'clock, I'm going to be late or not be here at all, and I'll just stand here and run my meeting at home. No, there's got to be some legitimate concerns addressed there. So I'm in favor of not supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Seeing no further comments. Sorry, Councillor Bresty to close.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the debate, and I just wanted to be really clear that my intention with this really is what was expressed by others. I think attending virtually should be kept to a bare minimum. I've got the exact same intentions. We've just got a different opinion on the impact of this, if it will accomplish that or not. So I just want to acknowledge that I don't disagree with anybody's intentions and what they're saying. That being said, I hope this amendment passes because I think it will better accomplish what we're all hoping to accomplish.
Thank you for that close. I'll call the question. And this is this is to vote on the amendment of the motion.
Councillor Friesen, how do you vote?
Thank you. It wasn't coming up on my screen. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'll go out and come in again, but I vote in favor of the amendment.
That amendment is defeated, so the motion stays as stands, leaving item 2D from Schedule C in the bylaw. So I'll call the question unless there's other. Thanks, Councillor Bresty.
Great, thanks. Then I would like to try another motion. In this case, it's to amend 2D to add the word day after the word committee. And the intent of this is to say you can miss up to 6 committee days, not 6 committee meetings. And the reason why I think this is important is to treat all councillors equally. There are some council, right now it's not the case where we've got a short bench, but in a normal council, you've got some councillors that are appointed to 2 committees and some councillors who are only appointed to 1 committee. And I think of a councillor who is out of town conducting city business on a Tuesday, if they're appointed to 2 committees and that counts as 2 strikes against them, and you've got another councillor who's only appointed to 1 committee who's doing that city business with them, that's only 1 strike against them, you're unfairly penalizing one councillor just because they're appointed to more standing committees. So I don't think that's fair. And so I hope that council will at least support this amendment to make sure that all councillors are treated fairly, no matter what appointments they've received from the mayor.
Thank you for that amendment. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I was struggling at first with this, but as Councillor Bressi described it. Looking at the wording, it can be taken that if somebody had 2 committee meetings in one day, that they could technically get 2 strikes. I was not going to vote in support of it, but upon hearing clarification of it and the reasoning, I think it's appropriate to get the language correct and to treat committee days as committee days rather than and differently from council meetings. So I can support this.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I truly think that if you're on city business, you should be exempt from this. You're giving the administration will know that you're going on city business. Our administration will know that. So I don't think this needs to be addressed at all. I think if I'm in Edmonton and I got to catch a flight and I miss the Monday night meeting, or if I'm at the Tuesday, a committee meeting, I think that's dedicated to committee business and that should not be included in the count.
So, Councillor O'Toole, were you looking to add another item to this, or?
Well, I'm just letting you know that we should have an exemption, and I'd make a motion or an amendment that if on city business you are exempt from the numbers or the process.
Okay, so I can't amend an amendment. So let's deal with this, and then I'll come back to you for other business. Okay. Perfect. Any other discussion on this amendment to add the word days? So a member does not exceed the maximum of 6 committee days and 6 council meetings via remote access per year. Seeing nothing further, I'll call the question. And that's carried unanimously. Councillor O'Toole, did you have something you wanted to add or amend? Sorry, I got to think about this. Amended motion. We should vote on the whole motion, and then Ms. Karbaschewski, can I have a point of clarification? The current motion is as amended. Can we add another amendment to that, or do we need to vote on the whole motion and then come back and amend it?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Amendments carried can be voted, will be passed separately in any number. And as amended, the third reading will pass. So we could amend a number of times before we go back to the main motion.
We can amend the approved amendment.
So the amendment to the main motion currently carried is to add the word days after the word committee. As an amendment to the main motion, that's a carried motion and it's in order. Additional amendments to the main motion will be in order. Okay.
So Councillor O'Toole, if you had an additional amendment, please go ahead.
I move that if a council member is on city business, then they should be exempt from any days being added to their numbers. I don't know how to wordsmith that so it gets across, but in the end, I think if you're doing city business and you're missing a committee meeting, then you're covering your butt by doing city business.
Okay. Just going to try to help you out here a bit. So the member does not exceed a maximum of 6 committee days and 6 council meetings via remote access per year, excluding participation in city business. Would be I don't know. Councillor Thiessen, I see.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just thinking it over, seems like this is more in line with absences rather than participation via remote access, which I believe is a totally different part of bylaws. I think there's a level of understanding that we can undertake with this, where we don't have to put it in writing and add an E part just to be extra clear. It says in point 2B, the member is unable to attend in person due to personal, medical, or family medical reasons. I don't think that would exclude. It doesn't say city business on there. So, I don't think we should punish people for being on city business, much like the spirit of Councillor O'Toole's motion is. But I don't know if we need to necessarily address it here. But I'm curious to see what our other council members think.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different than that, because Councillor O'Toole's intent, if I understand correctly, is that there would be no strikes against the councillor to the, towards that 6 being that magic number, because you could or couldn't remotely access the meeting if you're away on council business. But I think Councillor O'Toole's intent is to make sure that it doesn't go against your 6 number. Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just maybe we could add I think I appreciate where Councillor O'Toole trying to go here. Maybe it's adding a Schedule E saying that subject to receiving permission. And if we've received permission because we're away in an event or something, then it shouldn't count against that. But if you received permission to meet it for extenuating circumstances because you're on city business, it shouldn't count. But it might have to be a Schedule, maybe E on this, or some kind of wording. Well, we said this, I'm not the best wordsmith on the fly for that stuff, but maybe it's a Schedule, an E, and it's a little bit more prescriptive. But I'm fine with it saying something about where you were allowed to be absent with permission.
Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this is precisely why it should be managed as a code of conduct. If we start to name all of the exemptions and all of the different rules around this and the little wiggle room that we may have, we start to get into a schedule that's probably longer than the rest of our bylaw manual. So I would prefer not to, and I do appreciate what you're saying, Councillor O'Toole, because it is addressed in the way I wanted to, would have recommended we manage this anyway, which is by code of conduct. So I won't support starting to go down the rabbit trail of naming all of the potential exemptions that could be allowed.
Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. It's funny talking about this stuff because we've got what I think is a well-functioning council with colleagues who I really think are very invested in this job and are here for the right reasons. And we don't have to really talk about these things for this council because I don't think it's going to be an issue with any of us. It is funny, though, that we need to write our bylaws imagining the worst-case scenario that many councils in the province do face and that our council could face someday. And I do agree with Councillor O'Toole that, yeah, it probably shouldn't count as a strike against you if you're on city business. And I also agree with Councillor Friesen. That's why I really think that this number is problematic, period. But imagining a dysfunctional council where this is actually needed, a real issue is when that council starts making rules for each other and interpreting a bylaw, that's really problematic. There's a lot of interpretation on whether or not you're on city business. Sure, if you're at something that's listed as mandatory in our policies, that probably counts as city business. But what if your mandatory meeting was on the Monday and you took an extra day getting home? Does that count as you being on city business? What if you're out on something that is really important to your folks on council, but it's an optional council thing, it's not a mandatory thing? Does that count as city business? And I think that those are all things that a dysfunctional council, if this amendment passed, would need to either judge themselves or ask administration to judge. And that gets very problematic if there's a council with factions and that's very political and doesn't treat each other fairly. And I really think that our procedure bylaw exists for the worst case scenario, not the best case scenarios. And I think that as much as possible, this procedure bylaw needs to be black and white. It's our code of conduct where we put the things that have more gray to them. And so for that reason, even though I really agree with Councillor O'Toole that it probably shouldn't count as a strike against you if you're doing city business, I think that's problematic to that shade of gray is problematic in a procedure bylaw. And so for that reason, I can't support this.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks again, Mayor Clayton. I'll go by my own code of conduct. The citizens of Grande Prairie elected us to serve the city of Grande Prairie in a governance capacity. Anytime I've had an event or another external meeting, and it falls on a council day or it falls on a committee morning, that's when I usually tell the organization or the event organizers that I will not be able to attend due to city business and the normal functioning of our jobs. So I guess in stating all that, I don't know if we need to address it here, and at the same time, I don't even know if we need to address it in the bylaw, as long as everybody does what I do. But I know everybody's not me. So I guess for all those reasons, I'm not going to support this amendment. Thank you.
All right, so we actually don't have an amendment on the floor, so I'll give Councillor O'Toole one more sort of stab at it. So we actually have an amendment, or seeing nothing, I can carry on.
So if a person is attending city business, we all go to conventions, we all do things. Like for myself, I'm on the Combative Sports Commission. We attend international meetings out of the town. Sometimes it's, more than 1 or 2 or 3 days. There's other areas where we attend meetings in Calgary or wherever we are attending, and we may not get a flight that we would prefer to fly home with. And it's been really noticeable here this last year. Now, things are going to change, but it's going to take some time. And I really think that this is something that we would ask permission to the mayor, or in the past, we've asked the city manager, I have to go to this. I really can't not go to it. And I will be missing the council meeting, or I'll be missing the committee meetings on the Tuesday. So my motion is,
okay,
go ahead, to have an exemption for city councillors doing city business with permission from the mayor.
So Councillor O'Toole, can I suggest that the amendment to this bylaw be item E, exemptions to the maximum outlined in item D will be authorized by the mayor at their discretion?
I'm okay with that. And the reason I want to make this happen is so it's written down and it's not hearsay. It's not like, well, my interpretation was this is clear and simple. It's city business, city council attendance.
So to the clerk, the motion from Councillor O'Toole, as he disagreed, would be as noted, not what's currently showing.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We are just crafting the amendment for council to see. One moment.
Thank you. So comments or questions on that amendment? So it's now in your e-scribe if you want to have a look. And I'll just ask again if there's comments or questions on that amendment. Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Friesen.
Opposed?
Thank you.
That didn't go the way I wanted it.
Okay.
Mayor Clayton, that motion defeated.
Perfect, thank you. That motion is defeated, that amendment is defeated. And now back to the original motion as amended. Seeing no other, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that even though we quibbled about some details, this really is overall a very good amendment to the procedure bylaw. And not so much for what it does for councillors, although I think it does allow our participation more, but for the public participation it enables. This is going to mean this bylaw, if passed, will allow members of the public to view committee meetings at their leisure without having to attend City Hall at a particular time. And it'll allow residents who have troubles getting down to City Hall to still be able to have their say to council remotely. I think that the public access this is doing really is great. And so even though there's things I quibble about on the council side, I'm so excited for the changes this makes for the public. So I wholeheartedly encourage council to pass this bylaw amendment tonight.
Any other comments on the amended bylaw motion for third reading tonight? Looks like we're good, so I'll call the question on the amended motion. Please vote. Do you have any luck, Councillor Friesen? Okay. That's carried unanimously. So thank you. Moving on to public hearings. Give me a minute here to load my... All right, so I'll call this public hearing to order, being a land use bylaw amendment C-1260-39. Introduction from administration. I'm just opening my report. Excuse me 1 second. Mr. Welton.
Right, thank you, Mayor Clayton. The administration has identified a need to amend the land use bylaw due to the Daily Herald Tribune ceasing publication here at the end of April. The land use bylaw and the Municipal Government Act make specific references to newspaper advertising as part of the public notice of planning and development matters. Section 230 of the Act talks about when public hearings need to be held. Section 606 identifies requirements for advertising, and number 1 on this list is publishing twice a week in a newspaper, having circulating in the area affected by the bylaw. And then there's a second one is by mail to every resident in the area, or third, a method provided for under Section 606.1. Section 606.1, which was just added to the Municipal Government Act here a couple of years ago, says council may by bylaw provide for one or more methods, including electronic methods for advertising proposed bylaws, resolutions, and public hearings. With respect to the land use bylaw, a land use bylaw must provide for how and whom an issuance of a development permit is to be given. And that's a different matter than public hearings, because they have very specific things that you have to do for public hearings. For development permit matters, all it says is that a land use bylaw must identify how notice is to be given for development permit matters. In our land use bylaw, it talks about notice of development permit decisions, letters to adjacent landowners, signs posted on the property, notices in the newspaper, and notices on the city website. Those are all identified in the current land use bylaw. Section 28.3 of the land use bylaw talks about specifically about land use bylaw amendments, which are in some respects slightly different than say other statutory plan amendments. And it requires publishing a notice at least once a week for 2 consecutive weeks. Obviously, we can't do that anymore. Notice to the applicant owner and adjacent landowners, and then a minimum of 1 public information sign 17 days before the public hearing. As a result of the changes in the Act a couple of years ago, the city adopted bylaw C-1414, which is the public notification bylaw. It identifies 3 possible methods of giving notices required under the Act. One is posting on the public notice prominently on the city's official website. Second is prominent notice on the city's social media sites, and then third is on the bulletin board at City Hall. So in this particular case, what we are doing with this land use bylaw amendment, we are removing the references to newspaper advertising of development permit decisions and land use bylaw amendments, and in its place stating that in addition to what we're doing now, which is letters to surrounding property owners and a sign on the property, we will publish notification of land use bylaw amendment public hearings in accordance with one or more of the methods that are identified in bylaw C-1414. And essentially the purpose of this amendment is to kind of do a immediate fix to the land use bylaw so that we can continue to move forward and bring future land use bylaw amendments forward to council. What this does with respect to planning and development is it gives us an opportunity to maybe review what our public notification standards should be moving forward in having discussions with our stakeholders and maybe coming up with a better way of providing notification to the public. So we are recommending that council give first, second, and third reading to this bylaw with the anticipation that administration will be reviewing in a much bigger picture how the city provides public notification of things in the absence of newspaper advertising. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks, Mr. Welton. Comments or questions for administration? Councillor O'Toole and then Councillor Bressie.
I was just wondering, Mr. Welton, is the internet, like our city website, could we have all notices go on a page? And would that support what we're trying to accomplish?
Through the mayor, absolutely. We've been doing that already. It is like for land use bylaw amendments, it is one of the requirements for development permit applications. We have been doing it for land use bylaw amendments and other statutory plan amendments, anything that requires a public hearing. We've been doing that for a number of years. It's kind of been supplemental to what was required in the Act and beyond what was required in the land use bylaw, but we were doing it anyway. So what section 606.1 of the Act and bylaw C-1414 allow us to do is make that a formal public notification method. Once we were aware that the DHT was going to stop publishing, between administration and our IT department and the folks who manage the website, we made some changes to the website itself. The public notices has been put right on the front page, so it's more prominent than it had been in the past. And but yeah, the purpose of this is to make public notification by way of city website an official way that we're going to notify the public.
Thank you very much for being so forward-thinking in the department.
Thank you, Mark.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm just wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about this review process underway to examine how public notices are going to be done. What's the timeline for that, and what's the council touch point on that going to be?
Mr. Welton?
I think I can't speak to sort of the big picture. Maybe Director Bork might have some input on that. Because there's been kind of a multi-department discussions about how this is moving forward. And I see Director Bork has just turned his camera on. So I'll let him.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. As Mr. Welton indicated, this really was about the short-term fix to move forward. Even today, you would have seen some operational changes with us sharing tax notices were going out. Normally, we would have just posted that in the DHT or on the website. We're now doing a social media push. There are some other alternatives like our email push notification and things like that. As far as timeline, we haven't quite nailed that down, but we are intending to bring forward this year a review of the whole public engagement bylaw. So that is our policy. That is something that is scheduled for the next few months here, but I don't have a precise date. But few months as opposed to 6 months would be the timeline.
Great, thank you.
I had a question for you, Mr. Welton. In bylaw C 1414, item 3, it references that 606 of the Act that you can notification by any or all of the following means. And I have a little bit of concern that if we got in the habit of just posting public notices on a bulletin board at City Hall and not taking an opportunity to use a supplementary method, either through social media or our website, that potentially the public notices could get missed. Was there any consideration given to take out that word any so that it could single down to one and that it would always be a minimum of 2 of the possible options?
Through the mayor, I think you're referring to an amendment to C-1414?
No, I'm on page 2 of the actual bylaw.
Oh, page 2 of the actual bylaw, sorry.
So unless I missed something, but in item 3 on the last line of the paragraph there, where it says, described in section 606 of the Act by any or all of the following means. So by any, in my interpretation, means that it could be by one of the following means.
Okay, actually, yes, Mayor Clayton, that line 3, that is actually bylaw C-1414. And that was adopted last February. I'm not, I really can't speak to anything regarding C-1414 and what the process was that led to it being 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly agree that, it identifies 3 methods, any of which, according to the bylaw, any of which is acceptable. I think as an administrative practice, it makes sense to be doing more rather than less. For example, publication on the city website is not only probably of the 3 methods maybe the most effective, but certainly it's actually the easiest. But with respect to C-1414, we were not involved in that in planning and development, so I really can't speak about what the intention was with respect to C-1414. With respect to planning and development and providing public notice of land use bylaw amendments as well as statutory plan amendments, our go-to method will be the public notices page on the city website. And depending on the nature of the amendment, there are probably circumstances where we will get our social media folks to be providing that public notice as well.
Thank you for that information. Any other question for administration? Councillor Thiessen, and then Councillor Minhas.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for the report, Dan. Just an idea. I think one of the ways we might be able to address it. I'm not sure of the FOIP considerations that we might have, but we have a perfect mind system, and people pay their property taxes with a simple drop of an email. We're aware of largely where people live, and we can send out notices that way. So people in neighborhoods or property owners we might be able to contact them that way. But again, that's a FOIP issue, and that's something that I'd encourage our administration to look into, because it seems like that might be a better way than even posting in the newspaper of making people aware of the rezoning changes and any amendments that might be coming to our land use bylaw in their neighborhood. I know I'm getting whispers it's a FOIP issue, but anyways, the other thing that I just want to make comments to is really this $500 advertising charge. We charge that out to the developers and anyone that's looking to make the amendments, and this is a pretty decent cost savings for them. So another reason why I think just with the DHT folding. It's unfortunate that we don't have our local newspaper anymore, but the fact that we're not going to be charging this out just makes a more of an open door policy as far as financing goes for making any amendments to the land use bylaw. And that's good for developers and anybody who wants to do something a little bit differently in the city. So I'm in support of these changes, and I encourage seeking out every possible way that we can engage our citizens and ensure that they know what type of amendments may be coming to a neighborhood near them. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Minhas.
Yeah, I think Councillor Thiessen already said that 500 I was going to ask. I was confused. But if there's no more question, I can put the motion on this one.
No, not yet. Hey, any further questions for administration? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Welton. I will now ask to see if there's anybody here to speak in support of this bylaw amendment. Is there anybody here to speak in support of the bylaw amendment tonight? If so, please turn on your camera. And a third time, is there anybody here to speak in support of this bylaw, land use bylaw amendment? Seeing none, I will ask if there's anyone to speak in opposition of this bylaw amendment. And a second time, I will ask if there's anybody here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. And the third and final time, if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment, please say so or turn on your camera. Seeing no one, now I will look for business arising from the hearing. Councillor Minhas. I will close the public hearing and then business arising.
Yeah. I'll ask Council to give the first reading to bylaw C-1260-139, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion's in order. No discussion or debate on first reading. Call the question. That carried unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
I ask Council to give the second reading to bylaw C-1260-139 as being.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councillor Minhas. Oh, sorry, that is carried unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
Can I have a third? Can it have third reading in the Council bylaw C-1260-139 being amendment to the land bylaw?
Thank you for that, Councillor Minhas. This is a motion to be able to have third reading here tonight. It must pass unanimously. I will call the question. That passes unanimously, so therefore we're able to have third reading here tonight. Councillor Minhas.
Ask Council to give the third reading to the bylaw C-1260-139, being amendment into the land use bylaw.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That passes unanimously. Moving on to item 14.2, the Southwest ASP Amendment. Bylaw, C-1066-13, the Stone Ridge Outline Plan, Amendment Bylaw C-1383A, and Land Use Bylaw, Amendment Bylaw C-1260-137, Lot 1, Block 3, Plan 142-4077, at 10501 67th Avenue. I will call this this public hearing to order and look for an introduction from administration.
Thank you,
Mr. Welton.
We've received an application to amend the Southwest Area Structure Plan, the Stone Ridge Outline Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw Amendment. The purpose of all these amendments is to change the designation of a parcel of land at 10501 67th Avenue from RM Medium Density to CG General Commercial. The site is located just south of 67th Avenue in the Stone Ridge neighborhood. The area to the north is all commercial development. There's a hotel, a couple of apartment buildings, fast food restaurant, gas stations, etc. The site to the west is a vacant commercial site. There is low density residential to the south and east. And then further to the east, there is a large multifamily site. The Southwest Area Structure Plan identifies the site as multifamily residential. That's the site that's circled. The proposed amendment would change it to commercial, which is fairly straightforward. In the Stone Ridge Outline Plan, again, the site is identified commercial. The proposed amendment, multifamily residential, and the amendment would change it to commercial development. In both the Southwest Area Structure Plan and the Stone Ridge Outline Plan, in addition to the maps, the numbers in a number of tables would also change to reflect these amendments to the ASP and the OP. The proposal also is to change the site from RM to CG in the Land Use Bylaw, sort of consistent with the Area Structure Plan and Outline Plan. The area to the north, adjacent to 68th Avenue, is all commercial. The area to the south is RS, which is small lot residential, which is for small lot single family and semi-detached. There are a number of semi-detached developments in that area south and east of this site. And then further to the east is a multifamily RM site. And then the two DC sites, DC11 and DC12, are generally CG type direct control districts. They were adopted to provide a little bit of additional height beyond what was allowed in the CG district, but they are generally very much CG flavored type land uses. Go off script here. The applicant did some pre-engagement by contacting the surrounding landowners and distributing flyers. Attachment 6 shows the flyer that was distributed by the applicant and the two responses that he received as a result. As a result of the city's initial circulation of these amendments, I did receive one email of objection that is attached as attachment 7 in your agenda. I did receive last week a call from a landowner in Grand Banks, which is the single family residential on the far east side of Stone Ridge, and she expressed support for the commercial development over multifamily. She was concerned about the impacts of multifamily. And today I received a letter of support. I believe it represents two businesses that are located in one of the adjacent commercial buildings. I believe our Legislative Services Department has provided that letter to the Mayor and Council. There are no budget or financial implications. From a land use bylaw or land use perspective, we don't see this as creating any negative land use impacts. And I will mention that the applicants are requesting that council only give these bylaws first and second reading tonight. They're requesting that the city not have third reading tonight. They have, and the applicants are here online, and they can, I guess, provide more input on that. But they're requesting that council only give first and second readings to these bylaw amendments tonight, and we are recommending in favor of those. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Thank you for that, Mr. Welton. Comments or questions for administration? Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I've got a few questions about it. First up is just looking at the outline plan. We've got that large urban reserve in the middle of it, which I know is unusual because of the Beacon site, but it was just weird for me to see a big urban reserve with some potential roads sketched into it. What's the future thoughts of what's going to happen with the Beacon and that land?
The outline plan identifies that as future beacon, like NavCan navigational beacon for the airport. It's kind of like right in line of one of the runways. And so for the foreseeable future, that site is still intended to remain as a navigational beacon. The reason why the outline plan shows some dashed lines for, some internal road network is what that does is the purpose of that is to demonstrate that, someday if that navigational beacon ever becomes, say, obsolete technology, amongst other things, that there is a way to develop that area and integrates well with the surrounding development that would be expected to happen first. So, this area is not going to develop for a long time. Ideally, the whole rest of the area develops around it. This is to show that little area is not going to become, there's going to be no problems with developing that area once the surrounding areas develop. But yeah, the future use remains nav beacon.
Good, thank you. If I may, Councilor. So looking in this area, what other opportunities are there for commercial development remaining in the area? Is the commercial land pretty full, or are there other good opportunities for commercial development?
I'll share my screen again here. I have a bit of a map done up that identifies some of this area. Now, what this map shows is the areas that are in light red. Those are the developed commercial properties for which there's already buildings on them. The dark red represents undeveloped, sites that don't have any buildings on them. For example, directly south of the hotel, like the hotel is on this site directly south of the hotel. That's a vacant lot. It's fully serviced. Same thing here up against up against 68th Avenue. That is a vacant site. It's fully serviced. On the far west side, adjacent to 108th Street, there's this large dark red commercial site that is vacant, undeveloped. Up until a few years ago, that area was actually designated institutional in the area structure plan and the outline plan. That used to be called the Nate site. I think it used to be owned by Nate. I believe ownership got transferred to the college, so it's commercial, but it kind of, to a large extent, it's whether at what point the college kind of has the resources and the expertise and whatever the motivation to be developing that as a commercial site. And then adjacent to 68th, adjacent to 108th Street, there's another site kind of at the far south end. There's water and sewer in the area. The transportation links, because these are large commercial sites, you kind of want all the transportation links to line up, and some of these internal roads are built, but not all of them. But yeah, so the red represents the existing, the vacant, and the pink is the developed or commercial sites, and then orange represents the vacant multifamily sites that also exist in the area.
And Mayor Clayton, I do have more questions, but I also want to yield the floor for other people ask them.
Yeah, I don't see anyone raising their hand, so if you want to continue, go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
So if these amendments pass, how do population projections in the outline plan area change? How many less people can we get in here?
The projection is that it would be 100 fewer people. The outline plan currently, I believe, has currently the outline plan shows 1,536 people. And with the proposed amendment, it would be reduced to 1,436 people in the Stone Ridge area.
Excellent, thank you. And then a few more questions. As we look across the street at the CKC campus and all the public investment that's there, do you know a ballpark estimate of how much public money has been put into the CKC campus? Hopefully, not just municipal, but also provincial money for the two high schools.
If I had to guess, and it sounds like I do have to guess, I would guess it's in the area of, like, say, 200 to 220 million. I think the Easton Center is about 110. The public high school, I think was around 33 or 35. So I'm assuming that the Catholic high school is similar. And then, of course, there's the the Coca-Cola Center and the outdoor football field, et cetera. Sort of with all of those costs, I'm assuming it's in the area of like 200 to 220 million.
Great, thank you.
Just a complete guess.
Yeah, thank you. And then another question is connecting Grand Banks to South Bear. If I'm remembering correctly, there's plans to make a pedestrian linkage sometime in the future. Am I remembering that correctly? And if so, do we have an approximate timeline and cost for that?
Through the mayor, I'm not familiar with that. I don't believe it's part of the Stone Ridge outline plan. So I have not heard of that as being included in a city planning and development statutory plan like the outline plan or an area structure plan. Whether it's in a parks master plan or something else. I see that Director Glavin has just come on, so he might have more information on that.
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Dan's correct. We don't have this in any of our current plans for capital to do any additional bridges across Bear Creek. We do have the current one that crosses just to the south of 68th Avenue where the Aquaterra sewer line goes across.
Great, thank you. And then the last question I've got is, looking outside of this outline plan, how many other multifamily and developable sites do we have in kind of the general facility of CKC campus that is walking accessible to it?
Through the mayor, my take on it is that with respect to what is undeveloped, I believe that the multifamily sites here in this, the 5 multifamily sites here in Stone Ridge are the only ones that kind of meet your criteria. Obviously, the area to the east, the area to the west is on the other side of 108th Avenue. Certainly, it's not an unwalkable distance. There are a couple large apartment buildings in Pinnacle. There's one more vacant multifamily site in Pinnacle. And then up in West Point, there's another 3 multifamily sites that are vacant. But again, that's getting to be quite probably not a reasonable walking distance. And then to the east, you have like you've got the creek and then country club. Those areas there, so that's quite a ways away, and that's mostly single family. And then to the north in Mission is basically fully developed. There's some multifamily in there, but pretty much everything in Mission is built out as well. So these 5 vacant sites in Stone Ridge are really the only real significant multifamily sites that are available in this particular area.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor Clayton. I thank you, Mr. Walton, for sitting in the hot seat for me. I appreciate the information. It's very useful to me. So thank you.
Yep. A nice job, Councillor Bressie, trying to slip through a pedestrian bridge. Anyways, any further comments or questions for administration? Seeing none, I will go to our presentation and submission. I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this amendment. There we go. Mr. Rustler, if you could please introduce yourself for those who are watching.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, Council. Scott Rustler with Helix Engineering. Also on the call is Brad Walter. He's not the landowner, but they would be the developer representative, I guess, that's kind of behind this amendment. So just to give you a bit of a background on how this came about is precisely that there was a landowner was approached by a developer to construct a building on behalf of tenants. So this, which is pretty typical in commercial and industrial rezonings, that we have a project kind of to follow this up. So it's not kind of a random amendment; it's an amendment to accommodate currently, and I'll call it the project. And again, I think Mr. Welton discussed this, but it's not necessary. It's not guaranteed that this is what goes on the site, as the rest of the zoning does apply. But it would currently, the proposed building would be a single story. I think it's approximately 13,000 square feet. With two tenants in it, one being a doctor's office and another being an accountant. So basically a professional building similar to the one across the street in the Stonehenge professional building. So with that project and knowing what the tenants are and the uses, obviously we had a requirement to rezone. And I'll talk about it again in the end just to kind of remind everybody, but we are waiting on this deal to kind of come together. We were hoping that it was before this. We don't have a lot of concern with it falling apart, but there's a couple conditions that haven't cleared yet. So the landowners have identified that they want to ensure that if that doesn't happen, that they have a way out. So we're asking that, again, as Mr. Welton identified, that we wait on third reading until 2 weeks from now. So I'll remind you again at the end. Just a quick difference in the zonings, and this came up, and again, we were fairly involved in the circulation of all the notices to the adjacent residents. So anybody who lives basically within Stonehenge got a notification that this was occurring. Within that notification, we provided the RM district, which is the medium density district, as well as the commercial districts that we're rezoning to. My name and address and whatnot were on there, so anybody who had any concerns and questions was able to call. We also had 2 big signs posted, so I think everyone knows and is aware. We got 2 calls before kind of the public hearing was set, and I got a third one late last week. Out of the 3 residents, all kind of had the same issues or questions, I guess, in that they weren't sure the zoning is general. So once they understood the project that was behind it, they were all fairly okay with it. One of them actually said that they may show up to support this. Not very typical, so that's good news. The other one was quite happy with it after our discussion, and the third wanted to think about it, and I haven't heard anything since. So if they're not here, I'm not really sure what to say about that. But so that being said, the one thing that we did explain through that consultation was that the 2 zonings, as far as building sizes and whatnot, are fairly similar. The mixed use is an allowable use in commercial as well as in multifamily. So there's very similar building types. The maximum building height in both zonings is 4 stories. The traffic patterns are a little bit different in that residential, both distribute generate a fair amount of traffic. So we do have, with multifamily, we would have a little bit more of a kind of morning, evening type traffic, whereas with commercial, it's likely going to be mostly 8 to 5 daytime traffic, which for the most part was a positive for the people that I talked to. We also, as far as uses, obviously are a little bit different, but just to comment a little bit on Mr. Welton's concern or questions that came up from council with regards to the multifamily site. This developer has a 5-acre multi-site to the east of this as well. We field a lot of calls about that site and what's going on there and whether or not there's any interest. So there is interest in multifamily over there. This site gets looked at a fair bit. It's always kind of felt that the one backing on the storm pond is a little bit more attractive for residents. So we do get a lot of calls about it, but we haven't really had anything closed recently. So this is an interested party that can't go on a multifamily site. So and there isn't any other commercial available with this developer in the area. So Now, that being said, we also received a call or a letter today from Mr. Welton. I believe you guys have it from from a business directly to the north. They're in support of this as well, as you're aware. And I guess I'll give you guys one more reminder, if we can, that we definitely don't want third reading tonight. So if we can just defeat that motion, that's fine. But we would like to get through the public hearings and whatnot, and know that that this is available. So if there are any questions of council, I have Brad, like I said, on the line as well, and I'll try to answer whatever I can.
Thanks, Mr. Rossler. I had one question. I don't see anywhere, but I think I heard you mention this is potentially going to be a one-story commercial building.
Yeah, currently that's what's planned. So today, I was very clear with the people that did contact me about that, is that the zoning allows for 4. The likelihood that a 4-story multifamily building would go ahead is actually relatively high, just because of the size of the site. The likelihood that, in commercial could be the same, but the reality is that this particular project is currently planned for a single story. And it's been ongoing for probably 6 months now that these two parties are interested. They're both Grande Prairie businesses that are just relocating. So it's a fairly solid project in the developer's opinion. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Oh, sorry. I think we're good, Mr. Rossler. I will ask if there's anyone else to speak in support of this submission. And if so, if you could turn on your camera or identify yourself. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this submission? Seeing none, I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this amendment. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this amendment? And one more time, a third time, I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak tonight in opposition of this amendment, the Southwest Area Structure Plan amendment. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and look for business arising. Councillor O'Toole.
I'd move the council give first reading to bylaw C-1066-13, being an amendment to the Southwest Area Structure Plan.
That motion's in order. No discussion or debate on first reading. Call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1066-13.
Questions, Councillor Bresty.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I voted for first reading because I certainly think this is worth council considering and debating. I don't think I'll be voting in favor of second reading, although I'm very open to persuasion. And my concern is I understand that there's a lot of areas in the city where we have multifamily land that's not being developed and that's not being developed right now. And we've rezoned some of that in the past to keep up with the market. And in general, I think that the market should be able to rezone and do the things it wants to do with the land as long as it doesn't have a huge impact on neighbors. For me, though, this land is different in that it is very desirable because it's very close to very major public investment. It's close to outside of the new hospital. It's probably the most public, the CKC campus is probably the most public investment we have anywhere in Grande Prairie, and probably the most municipal investment, period. And I really value people being able to having opportunities, not just now, but in the future, to live very close to the high schools are going to send their kids to, and our premier fitness facility, and South Bear Creek Park, and all the things we have there. I'm concerned about us losing 100 people that could be accommodated in this outline plan. But I'm even more concerned about, by my math, we'd be losing about 12% of the multifamily capacity in this outline plan. And for me, it's an area right now where, frankly, you have to be very wealthy to live in this area. I really prioritize people of different income levels being able to live so close to the Eastlink Center. And there might not be demand for multifamily to be booming right now, but our job as council is to think 20, 30 years in the future as well. And I think if we do see population growth and we do see demand for multifamily in the future, this is a prime location for it. And I really think that council should be guarding this land. I think it would be different for me if all the commercial land was already taken and there were no development opportunities for more commercial here, then it might be a different debate for me. But I really think that council should be protecting the occupancy capacity of this land, especially for folks of various income levels, until all that commercial land is taken. So, like I said, I'm open to persuasion, but I'm a pretty hard sell on this. I've got very deep concerns about council approving this particular rezoning.
Thank you, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Plott.
Well, I feel like he almost dared me here, so I guess I'm going to try to persuade him here. I guess for me, when I look at this area, and I mean, I'm invested in that area myself and in different areas, and it's hard to watch developers sit on a piece of land for 7 years, and sit on 2 tracts of land for 7 years, and then there's another tract land. There's 3 tracts of land that have been sitting there, beautiful pieces of land for 7 years. I can't tell you how many times I've personally toured people trying to get them to build medical mall facilities, senior facilities, multifamily on the sites. I'm still working with people to try to get people over there. I can't see anybody doing it. Nobody's done it for 7 years. And so I don't think as a municipality right now we should be saying no to any business or development, especially when we've had a piece of land that's been sitting there for 7 years. I also think from the residents in that area, they'll be grateful we didn't block the sun from them. This is a 1-story building. These are some beautiful homes that have been built in there. There's some beautiful duplexes, mostly in the senior environment, that I think this would be a great fit for them as well. I also think if you want to advocate about being near a bunch of government stuff, perfect. Let's put a bunch of professional medical stuff right there. So if you're taking your children there, you're going to the Eastlink Center on the weekend, you can possibly book in and use medical facilities in that region. There's getting to be a lot of them. So I think there's an opportunity there as well. I also will push back saying the more that we actually identify with more good commercial office space like that, the more it will push development, and it'll get some multifamily over there, hopefully. And just to the west of this, I'll remind you, the college does own a massive tract land that's owned all commercial, and ebbs and flows over time. If we need more multifamily, I'm sure they'll be happy to sell multifamily down the road if that's what it makes. So I don't think we should get so prescriptive of worrying about 1.5 acres of land in an area when there's an awful lot of land. And even Mr. Walton mentioned there's still an apartment building that can go up over here in Pinnacle. There's 3 empty vacant lands of multifamily in West Point. Hundreds and hundreds of doors could still be going in over there. So let's just be careful when we say we want to stagnate pieces of land that could be built on and developed sooner and later that can cause economic development. So hopefully that persuaded you. Definitely in full support of this. I think anytime we can get activity, that's great for the community.
Other comments or questions? I think I saw Councillor Keeston's hand up earlier.
Yes, you did, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much. Can I say ditto, Wade? My big hope on this proposal was that the doctors that were moving in and looking to develop, they were new to the area. They were professionals. That's not the kind of detail we got. Mr. Rossler said they're local and they're moving, but that means there's another professional building that's going to open up somewhere else for hopefully a new doctor to move on in. And as a driver for economy or development, I think servicing this area with a professional medical center, whichever form that is, we're not at that stage of detail yet, but I'm sure it'll be great. I think it's just going to be a driver for more development to go in there, and it's a nice complement. I'd be 125% on board, Councillor Bressie, if we're talking about a gas station here or maybe another pub. But this is a professional building, and I think it's going to do a lot to add future development and maybe even speed up the development of that area there. So for all those reasons, I'm currently in support of it. I know we're not given third reading, but I can be persuaded later, but not today.
Well, currently, we have second reading on the floor. See if there's any other comments or questions on second reading. Councillor O'Toole.
I truly believe this is a driver for the economy in that area. But when we get professionals moving in, we've got a law office not far from there. We've got now an accountant and or possibly an accountant and a doctor. This is going to drive more business and maybe people moving in because they can have a doctor or an accountant or a food restaurant within a very short walking space from their home. And I understand what you're saying, Mr. Bressie, but there is a lot of commercial land out there. That's absolutely for sure. You're not telling stories. But sometimes location is what's driving this source. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm in favor of this project going through. There's a lot of money tied up in the land and not being developed. Somebody wants some payback now. That's all he's asking.
Is that anything further? Seeing none, I'll call the question on second reading, rather. Call the question on second reading. That is carried 6-1. We'll go to Councillor, oh, sorry. Just looking.
So there will be no third reading at this meeting, so we're moving on to 1383A, correct?
Well, unless somebody makes a motion.
I will make that motion for council to give first reading to bylaw C-1383A, being an amendment to the Stone Ridge Outline Plan.
Perfect. Thank you for that. No comments, no debate on first reading, so I'll call the question. And that's carried unanimous. Councillor O'Toole.
Move the council gives second reading to bylaw C-1383A.
Okay, comments or questions in second reading of the bylaw amendment to the Stone Ridge Outline Plan? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That's carried 6-1. Carried 6-1. Councillor O'Toole.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-137, be an amendment to the land use bylaw.
All right, that motion is in order. I will call the question on first reading of the land use bylaw amendment. That's carried unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
And I move the council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-137.
Thank you for that. Comments, questions on second reading? Seeing nothing, I'll call the question. All right, any other, that is carried 6-1. I see no further business arising, so I will move on to council member reports. And I'm going to start in my top left corner. Tonight, Councillor Minhas, you're up first.
Thank you, Jackie. Mayor Clayton, I don't have much to say today, so I'm okay.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you. Just a really quick update from Sport Connection. We had our AGM and Jody Milton, who was our vice chair and a longtime member of that board and very valued. Unfortunately, she was unable to run for a position because she gets to move to the island for a new career opportunity. So we were sad to say goodbye to her, but Tyrone Pike was elected to join the board, and I think he's going to be a very good addition to it. So yeah, that's great. I know that I lost a lot of opportunity to do things out of the community because I was with Councillor Plott in assessment review board training, and that was, we'll just say it was quite the experience. Those are my mandatory committees. Did lots of discretionary things, but I think instead of talking about that, I just want to acknowledge what we did hear about in Kamloops last week, and not really a discovery because we knew that genocide and atrocities had happened in our residential schools, but really stark reminder of exactly how bad it was at just one school. And certainly just want to say that I know that we've got people in our community who are very directly impacted by residential schools, including being survivors themselves. And certainly I know that my heart, and I'm sure everybody else's heart, is really going out to them, and we're really interested in listening and hearing how we could be part of truth and reconciliation for what happened to members of our community. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as part of my report.
Thank you, Councillor Bresty. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I did attend a couple of meetings in regards to combative sports and a possible event happening this coming year. And I've been also talking to the provincial body and how we're going to associate with training and other concerns that have been brought up through the different commissions over the last number of years. Other than that, I've met with a couple of concerned individuals, and I attended the accessibility committee for Grande Prairie. And we had a little bit of a talk regarding the cheerleaders event. And I think Councillor Bressi invited you all last meeting, so that would be a great thing if some or all of us could attend that. But that's my report for today. I did attend this morning also the starting of the FCM convention via call it via Zoom or satellite. So I'm looking forward to what they have tomorrow. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Oh, goody. Well, I attended a lot of meetings here, but I don't know if there's much to update. I will say this, the May 29th Peace Library Systems meeting, we had a discussion, did our year-end roundup reports, as well as approve our PLS annual report and approve for distribution. We also approved our auditor's report. And there was some talk. It doesn't come up in our board meeting highlights that typically get sent out to our councils, but we did get some population numbers sent to us by the province of Alberta, and direction came from the board as the numbers were all kinds of out of whack. So it kind of looks like somebody just filled in numbers as estimates, because some of the numbers were off in their guesses by like 2,000 people, and in some areas like Paddle Prairie, and for some instances we were told they included Métis settlements, and others they didn't. And the reason why I mention this is because the Peace Library System bills out based off of populations to the different municipalities, and they're based off of those numbers that we get from the province as well as the census numbers. So to have our numbers based on billing, the province be so askew, gave us cause for concern. So we wrote a letter to the province asking for clarity. We also gave direction to our chair to write a letter to all the other chairs of the other library systems across the province to make them aware and look at their numbers and their population estimates as well, to which our executive director, Louisa Robinson, she said that she had already heard back from 2 board members, and that they too, or 2 chair members, I guess, and they too had seen the wonky numbers being produced by the province. So cause for concern, but we're getting to the bottom of it here, so we're not over or undercharging our partner municipalities. Also attended a Nighthawk board meeting. Plans are underway to get the T-bar lift up and installed. Jonathan Clarkson and team did a 1-day trip down to Lake Louise looking to utilize an underused T-bar lift at one of their hills there. So hopefully we'll get in at a good price, and we're asking for charity. So we'll see. Hopefully it comes in under the $150,000 that they suggested they'd sell it for. maybe they'll just give us a donation since they outright replaced it with a full-on chairlift, and we're just looking for a T-bar. So there's that. No news on the landslide recovery fund except for the fact that I think I reported at last council meeting. All of the member municipalities have all unanimously supported the landslide recovery fund from the municipal standpoint alongside the city of Grande Prairie. So that was all good news. Had an executive meeting with the Grand Spirit Foundation. More to come once the business that we talked about when it hits our full board meeting. And besides that, I encourage everyone, if you got nowhere to go tonight after council meeting, to come on down to City Hall. There's currently at least 215 pairs of children's shoes out on our doorsteps here, and a candlelight vigil taking place at 8 p.m. in honor of such a tragedy that our country's faced. And I think we all know it's probably worse than just 215. So let's go show our human support for human brothers and sisters, and really stand up and take pause so that stuff like this doesn't happen again, and especially not in our country. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Chiefson. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thought of those shoes has me a little choked up. This past couple of weeks, it's been a fantastic opportunity to get out with better weather, and I have been walking my feet off around the reservoir with a couple of you. Many members of the community have joined me on a walk, and I've had a few meetings, which is it's just such a treat to be out and about a little bit again. So, but of note, I have no city business, official city business meetings this week, these 2 weeks. However, we want to offer our hearty congratulations to Alyssa from the archives, who has accepted a position with as executive director of Sequoia Heritage Society, which is northeastern BC's first national heritage site. And Alyssa Curry has done just a fantastic job here at the archives. And we are now, of course, seeking a new executive director, but she will be here for a little while longer until we kind of get someone in place. And I just want to congratulate her. What a fantastic opportunity for her, and what a wonderful individual to go and start this project as a heritage site. I wish her very well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Friesen. I have a few things that weren't mentioned. I had an opportunity, and I think many people on the call did, attended an election issues update workshop that was done virtually, put on by Global Public. It was great information, especially for people that were preparing for the upcoming election, provided information across the province and where sort of numbers were skewing. It was a great session. I also had a call with Minister Travis Taves, looking for an update on behalf of the city and things that were going on in our region. So we had a call and an opportunity to update him. I attended the Economic Developers Alberta virtual conference. The theme primarily working on Alberta's global opportunity. It was a discussion from everything from agriculture to petrochemical. It was a good mix of discussion. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Also participated in the Mid-Sized City Mayor's meeting. We basically updated each other on what was happening with our ICF and what was happening in regards to different COVID numbers, etc. It's always nice to have those calls because to hear what else is happening around the province. Council also had a meeting with the Downtown Association where we discussed future opportunities and plans that they're working on. I also had a call with Terry Anderson of ARC, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer, talked about ARC's plans as we head into the next 6 months and what they're looking to do within our region and how excited ARC is to be in the city of Grande Prairie. So that was a great update and appreciated his time. And last but not least, had a call with Laura LaValle, the Executive Director of Community Foundation. It was a good time to touch base as they ramp up for their annual survey. But once the survey comes through, she asked that all of us could share it because as much input from across the region as we can get provides a better outcome. So really enjoyed catching up with Laura. And other than that, personally, May long weekend, I got my whole garden planted, all my pots planted. Had to bring them in a couple nights, but they're done. So that's early for me. So pretty happy. But yes, and as many other have noted, I can tell you that the crowds are gathering outside. And those who have time and are able to attend, it's definitely valuable and it's time for us to be reflective. So thank you to everyone. I will call this meeting adjourned unless anyone else has anything to add.
Councillor Palat?
Oh,
sorry,
did I skip over you?
Alarm's going off, but I would like to do my round table.
Sorry, you moved camera spots, so you can't move once they start. Councillor
Sorry, my kid's alarm's going off or something. She's out here, but I just did want to update on the Grande Prairie storm. Give an update for the season next year. Will be going on starting September 17th. Playoffs will be March 4th, consisting of 60 games. So that was good news. The really exciting news for the storm, I think, is that we've got a new team manager, and some of you will probably recognize his name. He played for the Grande Prairie Storm back in 96, 97. So we're excited to have Ryan Carter coming back. Ryan played 96, 97, 97, 98, holds the league or personal Storm record still for the most goals in a season, and also was one of few guys that had 100 points and 100 penalty minutes in the same season. So my kind of player, looking forward to him coming to Grande Prairie. But side note, he went on to get his MBA in finance, and he's currently the director of finance in Fort Nelson. So he'll be moving to here with his family to take over the Storm. And I just think it's a really exciting thing for the Storm to have an ex-player with those kind of credentials coming back. And he was one of 70 people that were interviewed for the position. So just wanted to say congratulations for him coming back. And I think this is a huge step for the Storm. Thanks for that. Sorry, now you're muted. That must be karma for getting me.
Exactly. Thanks, Councillor. But before we all jump off, I just wanted to clarify one piece of discussion that was happening during our council meeting tonight. I just wanted the public to be aware that the Daily Herald Tribune is not ceasing in existence. It's only ceasing printing newspaper. They will continue to operate, and they will be a solely online publication. And so they're no longer printing physical copies, but they're not ceasing publication. So just to be clear on that, didn't want that to go without being mentioned. So other than that, I will see if anyone has anything else to. All right. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see some of you soon. Bye, everyone.
Hey, everybody.